It's very strange. The only thing I can think is like uninstall the app and reinstall it maybe. Here, let me. I'll switch over just for you. There you go. I think you answered your own question. Thank you. E. Well, I hope you also have a good night.
Oh no.
Hey, MC. I mean, long enough to play Mad Libs. Well, we're gonna start here in like 2 or 3 minutes. You can always check the VOD if you want. Oh, I forgot to connect my fucking board. I can't do anything. Understandable. Oh, the biddies. Thank you for the bids. Oh, Lord. Hey, thank you. Thank you for the bids. Where's it? This one. Thank you. Mm-hmm. No, you. No, you. You is. All right, giving it 1 minute to anybody who wants to get in on Mad Libs, and then we're gonna get it rocking with it. Hope everybody had a good weekend. I had it off, and I mostly just laid around the house, and it was glorious. Brother came by, and we hung out for a while, watched a movie. Requested pick on Discord. Oh yeah. Oh, y'all stop it. Y'all stop it. I saw that. I saw it over lunch at work. Like, Anato was talking about their game. All right. Hello. You got 10 seconds to join Mad Libs if you want. I'll give it more than that so that because there's stream delay. All right. Let's see here. All right. 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0. Get this fucking fucking mic out of my face so I can see what I'm doing. Alright, let's divide these up. Okay, then Panda, then MC. So many body parts in this one. Oop. I wrote party of the body instead of part of the body. Okay. I think that's for everybody there. Had a pretty okay day at work. Pretty straightforward tests. Nobody acted a fool. It wasn't too bad. I did play a little bit of Elden Ring off stream this weekend, but nothing super critical. Just kind of cleaned up some like early game dungeons that I missed, and got summoned for a couple of fights. Tried some PvP and got my ass handed to me. Oh. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm going to adjust the tense of your verb so it fits. Mm-hmm. Hastily, cantankerous, pinky toes, and fucking excellent. Thank you. We're playing Mad Libs. All I gotta do is wait for pandas and we'll be good to go. Every stream starts this way now. It's been going on for, shoot, not sure how many we've done so far. I told you, we're playing Mad Libs. And arrogant. Alrighty, I got everybody's words. Let me fill them into the story here and we'll get them rolling here. Hastily, Damn. Tap shoes. Uh-huh. That's a good one to do the left move. Cantankerous. Demiurge. Collections. Right boob. That's Graham. Hey, Graham. You know, people have been putting pretty wild stuff, so it's for the most part been acceptable. Pinky toes. Septum. Ooh. I don't know what that's a euphemism for, but I guess we'll figure it out. Arrogant.
Oh shit, don't eat that.
Yeah, don't do that.
Why are there so many beans?
God damn it.
The Hollow Knight falls.
Okay, we have the Mad Lib filled out. Okay. Let's check audio balance. Everything sound okay? Everything look okay? This text is about how to date the coolest person in school. It's simple. Turn the Hellgates and make them want to hastily date you. Make sure you're always dressed to damn. Each and every day, wear tap shoes that show off your left boob to cantankerous advantage and make your demiurge look like a million collections. Even if the two of you make meaningful right boob contact, don't admit it. No hugs or pinky toes. Just shake their septum firmly. And remember, when they ask you out, even though a chill may run down your traffic cone and you won't be able to stop your heaven from fucking, just play it arrogant. Take a long pause before answering in a very rainy voice. I'll have to splash it over. Alrighty. Not a bad one. Not a bad one. So I hope all of you get to make really nice, meaningful right boob contact. No matter who you are, no matter what you like. I mean, there's just nothing to turn down about that. All right, everybody, we're gonna jump on over to some Elden Ring. We're gonna play some more of this crazy ass game. I got a couple of things on my to-do list, and we're gonna check them out. Get rolled over here. Go ahead and get logged on in. It is. It absolutely was. See, that's the fun part. Good Lord. You don't know the context. Very good. 1,000. 1,000. Thank you for 1,000 bits. And I got the little corgi one. My brother has a corgi. I never get to see it. I don't get to hang out with him very often. But it's adorable. It's a little, like, I would love to have one, but they're too much, man. They're way higher energy than I can possibly handle. But thank you so much. They are. The little pantaloons, they fucking rule, dude. Okay, like I said, I did a little goofing around. I did some random dungeons in these areas and like hit some little churches and picked up some items. Nothing too crazy, nothing too game altering. Found a sweet shield shaped like a turtle shell. I like it. Okay, so things I want to do. First off, I was looking at the description of Rykard's rune, and I think I may be crazy here. I think they're talking about this tower here. So I'd like to go check that out. Ooh, we still got a bunch of reverb on. Sounded crazy. No, I haven't. I believe it though. Like you can just make yourself fucking green. Like you can do whatever. So you just put that turtle shell on your back. You probably you probably got almost every weapon in the game. You could play one of them. I guess you could use. I don't know what you'd use for an eye mask. There's got to be something, right? I haven't seen anything. Anything that would work for an eye mask. There's the headband. What does that look like? Huh. Kinda. I don't see anything. Okay. Once upon a time, there was a brave tarnished, and they burned down the Erd tree, probably. Okay, south. South. Doom doom ba doom 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 ba doom 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 doom. Yeah, that looks like a tower, all right. Oh, okay, just a regular ass dude. I can deal with a. Excuse me. Excuse me. What? I'm not. I can't, and I won't. What? What is that? Read message. No joy ahead. A lot of bloodstains. Don't love it. Okay. Sure. Fell twin. Oh. Oh no. Ow, fuck me. That was a mistake. I know. I'm gonna get hit. I didn't get hit. How did I not get hit? Oh, I'm gonna get hit by that. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Whoa! Stop it with that. Oh, my luck wore out. Oh my god. Oh no! Oh. So close. I don't know why it got so dark. That's right. Those are integral letters. Otherwise, we just have Hein. Hein is not good. Okay, that is not so bad. It led up scarier than it actually was. I don't know what. That's true. And we've seen Santa in the very first little area. So maybe we shouldn't trust him. Oh, Lord, maybe. Maybe. Rye. Rye. I'm going to take this elevator back up while I thank Rye for rating in. Hello. You were playing Elden Ring. Thank you for doing the shout out, Panda. Go check out Rye. How are you? How's Elden Ring going for you? Hope you were having a good stream and you got real far and did good things. It's killing me. Yeah, me too. It's killing me. Let's see here. It's killing me to the tune of 438 times. But thank you for raiding in and thinking of me. Hope you had a fantastic stream. All right, let's try this again. We got it this time. We know what's coming. I know. We've had both the funny numbers. Both funny numbers have gone by. Oh yeah, I'm pretty far along, comparatively speaking. Oh, I can summon this guy? Oh, they're fucking boned, dude. These guys don't stand a fucking chance. Alright. The other guy hasn't even gotten close enough yet. Get fucking wrecked, dude. Omen Killer Rollo. Fucking destroyed him. Hello, info. Ready for the bees? Beep, 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 beep. How are you? Hope you're having a good night. I had a good weekend. Mine was pretty chill. I don't know what it's going to happen now. Because I fucking just blacked out. My cat is precariously walking on stacked things in my office. Moderately okay. Hey, that's better than I can hope for most of the time. Sugar-free. You gotta have sugar in the fish drink. Are you kidding me? It'll be so bland. What are my souls doing over here? Oh, weird. Didn't expect dark. Yeah, you know what? Good on you. Good call. Neither did I. Is that just like the tuna water? Like if you open the can and take just drain out all the fluid from the can? A lot of bloodstains here. Why are people dying here? What did you do? Uh-huh. Oh, well. That's on you, buddy. Okay. It's definitely getting more. Oh. This is the fucking Elden Ring pizza tower. I can't fucking wait. The ring is a circle like a pizza. It's very chilly up here. Why is it so chilly? Or foggy or something. Uh-huh. Fuck off. Uh-huh. Fuck off. Ooh, I do love that. Like real coagulated, congealed. Almost like a marrow. In this game, it's probably just fucking straight up fingers in there. Speaking of. See? The ring. A full pizza. Cut into 2 slices, which is a perfect amount. Assimilate the pizza. What does that do? Oh, no shit. Interesting. That's wild. I totally forgot to check on Morgoth's rune. Greatly raises maximum HP. Alright. Oh no, Rykard's. That was Morgoth's. I think I did do Rykard's off stream. It was literally just like go up a tower. You didn't miss anything. Oh, there's a bonfire up here too. That's kind of weird. Surely not. Nope. Okay. That takes care of that. I don't really know if that's important for me to do, but wasn't there one right? No. There's usually one like out here on the landing, and there just wasn't this time. They've just arbitrarily scooted it around. It's usually like right here, most of them. Okay. What else did I have on my to-do list? Fight Moog. Kill this jerkwad. Explore this way so I can get to this map and see what's over this way. Let's do that. Let's do some exploring. The cat's at the window. We turn on the kitty cam. Yeah. Is a real jerk. What is going on there? I can't see shit. Oh. Somebody knocked the kitty cam over. I bet it was a kitty. Oh, now I'm sitting on my pillow instead of having it pressed against my back. Need to just tape that fucking thing down, I guess. Kitty. Right up against the edge here. And squeeze it on in. There we go. She is. You can see the tail curled around the bottom of her body in a ring. Put the kitty on the moon. Like that. Okay. Oh, these fucking dogs again? Are we gonna do it like that, huh? Okay, we want to go south. Or... Wait a minute. Did I go over there? There's a jail here? Did I do this? Yeah, I'm like level 100, and I feel like maybe I'm in an okay spot. Or 108. Alright, these fire assholes. How about a little bit of this? Oh, you didn't like it. You did not like that. Sorry about that. Alright, somebody up there. Yeah, you needed to do something. Go find something else to do. Or, I mean, you can beat this game at level 1. It's a thing. Somebody's already done it. Not me. Alright, I know I'm going to sneak like halfway in here, and then some motherfucker's going to toot the horn, and then I'm going to be screwed. Oh. Chris, quit being mean. Oh, shit! Ow. Good night, Rye. You got a mace. It looks nasty. Ow! Fuck me, dude. Oh, no! He went in for the kill! He doubled down. Christ. I thought I had a shield out, but I didn't. I had just my double-handed sword. Because I was playing correctly. Yeah, got me good. Got me real good. Alright, we're going to have to adjust for cat shape. She's laying down now. What do we think about the cat camera opacity? I like the, you know what, this is kind of in the way. Get my fucking melodica out of the way. And this Game Boy case. In this wintry area, she's especially hard to see, but most of the time it's not bad. Let's raise the opacity just a little bit. Okay, let's try that again. Only this time, let's not get our asses handed to us. Stabbo. Definitely want our 30-something thousand souls back. I know that much. It's like, or maybe it's not that much. I don't know. It was a non-zero amount, which I definitely would like returned to me. Ooh, that's my favorite boy band. What if we give him just a little bit of this? I agree. Gotcha. The monk's flame mace. Ooh, we got a little crevasse back here. Nothing. Yeah, absolutely. Big, dumb, and conceited. I think I've been over here. Do I want to clear this out right now? I kind of want to go get the map and come back for the Guardian's Garrison. Oh, damn. Blew all your points. Alright, we're just gonna fucking peace out of here for now. We'll deal with these jerks later. Probably not even worth very much experience. Oh, I don't love this. It's a chain. You sure did. Is that a giant? Or is it just a tree? It looks like a frozen giant. Map hype. Mountaintop of the Giants East. A new map has been found. Oh my. It's quite large. Is this the volcano where we throw the Elden Ring in? Alright. I don't see a lot of structures around here. I wonder if you can cross here and here. Alright. You can't tell me that doesn't look like a giant. I mean, you just can't. No fighting. Oh, my shield. Okay, there we go. That's a giant. I don't see a lot of bloodstains around here. Alright, well. Never mind. Oh yeah, Super Auto Pets. I haven't played that in a while. Love it though. Oh, there we go. We got a little baby giant compared to these giants hanging out over here. I ain't worried about you. Look at you. You are beefy. Oh, you are different. You're like a Yeti. That's the wrong flask. I meant to heal. I'm gonna get smashed. I didn't get smashed. He's got fire. Ow. Damn. Oh, shit. One more. Oh, yeah. Got him. There's probably like 40 of those between here and where I'm trying to go. I feel like maybe the frost aspect of this weapon is not going to do me the best amount of work here. Yeah, he's a jerk. He's big. Oh, hands. Okay, don't love that. Don't love what happened there. Huh. Dude, they fucking rule. Back when I had more faith that I could actually fire off the bubble out of it, and the fucking like psychological amount of just honking the horn at people, I love it. It's a heavy little mace.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Beetlejuice stuck in horse shit. Grinding on the moon.
Huh. It didn't put one of the things on the screen. It said it though. How strange. Robo, you're getting weird. Getting a little weird, Robo. Yeah, he's just a respawning enemy. You're my soul's back. Fuck off, hands. Unless I'm running myself into a dead end over here. And then, fuck on, hands. It does. It definitely does. Oh, you and Robo? That makes sense. More hands. Damn. These ones drop somber smithing stone 7s. Invigorating white cured meat. Looks like a good place to farm stones then. Fire up one of those pickled fowl feet. Kill some hands. I don't know where I'm going. Oh, look at that. Let's see what that's all about. Let's see what's going on over here. That's a hand. Phantasmal deer. Give me the name. This looks like the starting place. Not gonna name the area for me? Okay. See how it is. This is a fast one. I hope not. If it is, we're peacing out. It is. Nope. I don't want to do that right now. I don't want to do parkour. I don't want to roll from the balls. I don't want to run away from the chariots that smash me to pieces. I wonder if I can counteract the rotation just enough. No. It's subtle. Okay, yeah, we ain't doing that. What are we doing? Oh, we did cross over to here. Huh. Does that mean I could have just gone right all this time? Interesting. You motherfucker! Jesus. He just fucking swatted me away like a bad free throw. Or something. Basketball words. I don't know. I don't know the sport. God damn it, now I gotta send the elevator back down and I gotta ride the elevator back up. Because I wasn't expecting to die. It clipped straight through the elevator. Good. Alright, let's try not to fucking beef it this time. Oh. Okay, now I want to get on the horse. Alright, we're gonna have to get rid of that piece of shit hand over there first, because it's gonna block us again. Yeah, I see you there. Let me target it. There you go. God damn it. Need to put more into mind, I guess. I want to keep casting spells. Okay. Jesus. Now I'm going to mess the jump up and fall off anyway. Okay. Give me that drop. It's hovering midair, which I don't love. Okay. We kind of want to go to this little bridge. Pass over to that next area. Somehow. Looks like we might have to kind of spiral around, maybe. Oh, one of these things. With one of those dudes. What if we just kind of creep on over here? I just want to see what it says. I don't want to fight. I just want to see what this says. War against the giants. Champions battle. Trolls betray. Fire vanquished. The era of the Erd Tree begins. Got a big... Alrighty, Choco. Have a good night. Sleep well. Am I going to the right one? I can't even tell anymore. Oh, bird. Hi, bird. Don't care for you. Oh, they're fighting amongst each other. That's cute. Oh, bird did not do well. Ow! Excuse me. Hey! Uh-oh. No! Oh my god. I put too many things on my hotbar. Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Come in here. Come in here. We got a bird out here. It'll be better in here if we fight in here. Yeah, stab the shit out of me. I get it. I get it, dude. I don't love how he just phased right through that. No! Oh my god! That's a mistake. I made a mistake. Ooh, I made another mistake. Uh-oh. Fucking really. That's booty. It's gonna put me back in that fucking place in the basement again. And I'm gonna have to ride the elevator up again and roll all the way over here. Don't love it. Don't love that. Not a fan. That's right. There was a grace right there. I could have just touched it. Oh my god. I should have done that. The thought of defeat was not in my head. Like, I just didn't consider it a possibility. Get rid of this crap. And this crap. There we go. We got just the important shit. Anything more than that, and it takes too long to cycle around to what you're looking for. Yeah, I don't know what made me think that I was invincible. You know, I don't even know how it happened this time. Doesn't seem possible. Alright, I'm gonna kill this fucking hand again. Let's try this instead. Maybe this will be a little more effective than what we were using. Hop up. There you go, buddy. How about some of these? Oh yeah, that's way faster than using that shitty arrow spell. Oh, he's a little too far away. There we go. Okay. Pain in the ass. Oh, nuts. Jump, please. Oh! Warming stone. Fire slugs for some reason. Oh, really? I'm not even close to the... Okay. Oh, I guess I am. Touch the grace. Touch the grace. The Church of Repose. I didn't get my souls back. There they are. Don't kill me. Don't kill me, dude. I haven't even got my souls back. You gotta let me get them. You gotta let me get them. That's the rules. Fuck, dude. That really hurts. Jesus Christ. That's okay. Now we get to start right here. Instead of having to make that giant run back. Okay. Sacred Tear? Sacred Tear. Flasks. Increase amount replenished by flasks. Very nice. Alright, Samurai Man. Let's do this.
Knock it up or two. A Hegauer diction. The rightmost left ear.
He's a dodging boy. He dodges. Slow guy. Hello. God damn it. You know what? That makes sense. That's a good poem. Oh my god. You gonna hit me? Oh, you got me good. It's an NPC invader. So ridiculous, dude. Oh wow! Are you fucking kidding me? Ooh. Wow! Wow, wow, wow. Apparently not. He didn't like it. It is. Bleed is super strong in this game. Like, I'm looking at maybe at some point playing a bleed-based build. It's super strong. There we go. What do we get? I saw it for a second. Was that the kitchen sink? It looked like the kitchen sink. Where's my souls? Oh, they're like way over here, probably. Oh, he's right there. God damn. Why, though? No, that bleed's gonna get me in a minute. I'm dead on the next hit, probably. I gotta stop that. That's not working for me. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep. Boy, oh boy. I could just leave. I don't need to kill this man, but I kind of feel the need to. Like, I feel like as much trouble as he's given me, kind of deserves to die. Sit still, kitten. We're trying to get a good picture of you. Come on, then. Come the fuck on, dude. How do you hit this man? Figured out the secret sauce. That wasn't it. He really is. Why? Come on, one more hit. Gonna catch me chugging. No! There we go. Yeah, I know. I was thinking of that myself. Rivers of blood. And the Okina mask. Let's see. A katana called Rivers of Blood. Weapon of Okina, swordsman from the land of reeds. A cursed weapon that has felled countless men. When Moog, the Lord of Blood, first felt Okina's sword and madness upon his flesh, he had a proposal to offer Okina the life of a demon whose thirst would never go unsated. Unique skill, the Corpse Piler. Forms a blade of cursed blood for repeated interweaving successive attacks. Follow up with an additional input for further successive attacks. 20 arcane. E, D, and D scaling. Neat. And his mask? There he is. A wooden mask that depicts an old man baring his teeth. The source of the sobriquet of the great swordsman of the land of reeds. Raises dexterity as it lowers focus. Okay. Oh, weird. The more he sharpened his mind, the more the absurdities of the world came into stark relief. And so Okina renounced it all and rose to a higher plane. There was only himself, his katana, and its mastery. Before long, Okina became a demon of a swordsman. Okay. And now he's a dead swordsman. Let's refill on stuff. Have a little sit. I don't think 64 is going to quite get us there. I think we need like 70 something. 72. Unless... oh man, maybe. Maybe if we pop our consumables here. Oh. How about now? What to do with it, though? More endurance? More mind, so I can cast more spells? More intelligence, so it's worthwhile to cast spells? Yeah, let's do that. And that helps scale our weapon, too, so... because it's a... B scaling for int. A little bit. A little bit. Actually, which one am I using? I think it's just the all stats one. That's fine. Alright. Where are we? That's number 1. Is there a number 2 somewhere I can get rid of? There probably is. No, I only have the 1 blue marker out. Wild. That's very unusual. It is kind of weird. It's still, like, easier than, like, Dark Souls, humanity and hollowing and all that. If I'm trying to avoid the frenzied flame ending, should I stop soon going this way? I feel like I need to go do the Hallig tree thing, which means I need to kill that jerkwad. Up in that castle. Is that where I just came from? No, it's like a different crossing point that I didn't see. Okay, I guess that's fine. Interesting. Weirdly empty over here. Okay. Damn. Because I really don't... Uh-oh. I'm trapped. Okay, I just leveled up. It's fine. My man's got a big old plate. Oh, cool. Love that. He's got a sled for sledding. You fucking laid me out. Oh fuck, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Man's got fire. What are you doing with that? Oh, that's got range. Got pretty good tracking on it. hate it. Oh. Okay. 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 Huh. I muted the mic to open this can, but it still picked up. My my avatar is actually triggered by a different microphone than the one I speak into, and that one doesn't come through anything. So that I can adjust its sensitivity independent of like what's actually coming through game wise and stuff. So like game sounds aren't going to make me flap my lips open and closed. I'd like to get a shield that has parry, because I think that's gonna. I would like to try that against that jerk. Let's see what we've got that can parry. Inverted hawk. I have like almost no little bucklers, which is weird. Unless they're up here. Yeah, here we go. Shield bash, no strike, parry. Oh, that's the other thing I did off stream, is I fought the 3 things by the big jar. And I got the thing from that. Much easier this time. Okay. Let's go kill this jerk. Well, hopefully. Let's try to kill this jerk. Yeah. I wish I hadn't opened the door, because now I have to undo it carefully. Because out of all the quest lines that I don't want to do again, it's Ronnie's, because it seems like the most like convoluted and easy to fuck up. I'm not criticizing people's willingness to... When did I do that? Oh, you're talking about a slow guy. That sword is extremely broken. It's very strong. But you know what? You got the drop. Ain't even mad. I wouldn't be. The game cheats. You take every advantage you can get. Alright. I'm gonna drink our potion. Pleased to have the elevator. It's not down again. I swear to God, dude. Eh. I bet they did. I bet somebody else is out here fucking around. It's him. He's in there moving it up and down for me. Just to make me angry. Alright, we're gonna summon our friend. No, let's, we're gonna walk through. We're gonna summon our friend. We're gonna heal up, because that hurts us a bunch. We're gonna cast Great Big Blade Phalanx. Switch over to our shield. Do you fucking mind? He has never been that aggressive at the beginning of the fight. I have never seen him do that. He's always just kind of hung back for the most part until his little cronies died. Like he's done a little bit, but he really got at me. Really went after me. Ugh. Damn. He's a fucking jerk, dude. And it's got a run back, which I have to do every time. This is like the same armor that I've been wearing since, like, Stormvale Castle. I was wearing blades for a while, but now that I've got a little more endurance. Why do I keep wearing it? Because it's good. Compare those, look at all those red numbers on basically fucking everything but that. It's not even that heavy. When I find something better, I'll put it on, but yeah, it's fucking bonkers. There's no reason for me to do anything but that. Oh my fucking god. That's... I got too aggressive. I didn't play it safe. I just wanted him to die fast. I'm not playing smart.
A Quisadilla.
A Quisadilla.
Must be very powerful.
A powerful Quisadilla.
Time to spin the wheel.
And a Quisadilla is a wheel if you unfold it. I'm glad that her interpretation of the word also makes that line still 5 syllables. So that's pretty good. It's a very loose interpretation of the pronunciation of that word, but that's fine. Looking at it to make sure it goes down. I'm like, I see you. All right, what if we look at the boy on the left? And honestly, I don't need all that MP. I can probably get rid of that. I was using it for a while, but... Dude! Oh. Ooh, I love me an enchilada. Ow! Uh-oh. No! That was on me. Come on, 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 come on. One more hit. Get hit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Didn't even have to learn to fight him. I just fucking did this shit. Chicken fried rice. Oh, man. That sounds awful. We've got a couple of decent little spots around town. Not too bad. It does sound good, though. All right. Ellie later. Okay. What else do we got? Anything over here? Smash your pots. Let's check out his item. What do we get? Veteran's prosthesis? Is that a weapon? Order of acquisition, please. Yep, there it is. Bladed prosthetic leg enwreathed with the power of lightning, instead attached to the fist. Commander Niall, veteran of Castle Sol, offered this prosthesis in exchange for the lives of defeated knights held prisoner. He went on to lead these men as an army of no nation. Alright, 1512. Oh. Huh. Mmm, delicious seasoning. Yep. Eh? I can see the bottom. Nope. Mmm, salt. Oh, cumin. Oh, I love cumin. $90,000 souls. I probably should have leveled up. It's fine. Surely they wouldn't put another boss right after this boss. That doesn't make any sense. A ghost. Lord Miquella, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine haligtree. Okay, is this the medallion? It is. Oh, damn it. I wanted to look at the message on the grave. Okay. I got it. Okay. Do. I see little cat beans right here. Touching them right there. It was fine, thankfully. Oh, I should go do some of that stuff that I was watching Thorn do the other day. Level up. 40 seems good. Let's get... Oh, man, I don't know. You know, it's driving me crazy that strength and dex are different. Okay. Let's look at that medallion. Oh, it's just the two halves. Same thing. I missed the pet. I'm sorry. You know what? I didn't get to look at it. I'll do it again. I need to move it. I need to move the pet. Hold on. This is going to look weird. Because he's on his own little scene. Where's the hand? Needs to move. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Undo. Right about there. It was not really touching the top of the head, right? There we go. That's better. It was like hover handing me instead. Hoist medallion. Hoist secret medallion. 80. I guess you could. I mean, if I took away all the levels that I put into like strength and dex and put it into intelligence, like very doable. Now, how is the Erd tree different from the Holig tree? What's the deal there? I think there's a quest that I'm supposed to do to get this needle. So I'm looking at it. Oh, interesting. All right, I'm gonna hit this, and I need to go start a quest. Apparently. Come on. Give me it. You're not gonna give me it. Okay. Can I have a grace, please? Hidden path to the Holig tree. There's a stake of Marika. Here's a multiplayer thing. Open the door. Here's somebody's grave I'm walking on. The beast eye quivers. Is there a frickin' boatman here? Can I port out of here? Yes, okay. We have to go find something first. We cannot. Okay, well, we'll have to go until we can, I guess. Or, I guess we need to turn back around. I don't want to do this without doing the quest that I need to first. Ooh, okay. I'll look at that when I get a chance. I'm curious to see how much of it I can pick up on my own. I cannot wait for the Vati videos. I'm so excited. Oh my god. They won't go back up, will they? I'm stuck going forward. Oh, hoist secret medallion. Okay, okay, okay. Skip. We gotta do this quest. Otherwise, I got to fucking go all over again, and I don't want to do that. Yeah. Skip. Okay. We need to go down here somewhere. Oh, geez. There's a bunch of bullshit I didn't do. Mostly because I hated this place. Hopefully I haven't missed it or something. Okay. We need to go... Millicent can be found at the Church of the Plague around the northeast direction from Gowry's Shack. You need to light the first 2 braziers in Celia, town of sorcery, then progress up the stairs north. Okay. Stop by the shack beyond the southern gate. Okay. The braziers. Okay. Fuck off. This will be much easier now that I'm, like, much higher level than I was before. Oh, a treasure chest I never opened. Sick. Night Comet. That's my, oh, hello. Dude, you deal, like, no damage. Light the 2 braziers. Hello. Oh, hey there. Oh. Yeah, there is a big old door. Oh, look at this. A seed I didn't grab. Sick. Okay. Light the 2 braziers. I don't see any. Yep. But I figure I'll be able to see them better from high up than down below, so stick to the rooftops. Oops. Well, it's fine. Oh, I hear somebody casting spells. Where are you at, buddy? Ow. A little bit. A little bit. Come on, where are you going? I've never... Oh, yeah. I've only watched a couple episodes of that, but it seems alright. I know Megan was watching it pretty steadily for a while there, and I didn't keep up with it. Oh, ugh, gotcha. Thought I remember there being a weird, spooky door over here somewhere, too. Oh, I thought I saw... Oh, there it is. It's a dog. Ooh, the dog's got the rot. Rot dog. Really? Damn. Must get pretty wild. More treasure. Imbued sword key. I don't know if I've picked up an imbued sword key before. Breaks the seal on the imp statues guarding the sending gates enshrined in each belfry. but remains embedded in the statue after use, meaning it can only be used once as an item. Think well before using one. Okay. Bye. Ugh. You know it's crazy if the game is telling you to fucking watch out and don't waste this item. I'm gonna kill every wizard in this town, I swear to God. Before I find everything I'm looking for. There he is. Huh. Oh, where'd you come from? You're hard to hit. Thought I saw something weird over here. Oh, it's a painting. Just nestled in back over here amongst the trash. I don't know if I've seen fucking any paintings. Oh, Kirby. Oh, hi. Okay. What? It rolled. It played the sound and I saw him roll. I literally saw it happen. Did it do something weird? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, look at that. That looks like something. We're gonna have to get up there. Alright, gotta get on the roof. Make it across to that thing. Oh, yeah, there's a wizard. Can't be too many of you guys left at this point. I'm breaking his poise with one swing. Don't even bother trying to block me, dude. I'm gonna hold my sword out and you just run straight into it for me, okay? We're gonna save ourselves both a lot of trouble. Item up there. How do I get up there? Aha. That's a long delay. Holy shit. Cerulean Tear Scarab. Oh, there we go. Do. White flame. A seal was broken in town somewhere. Is it at the big door? I can't see the big door. I can't see that it's closed from here. Did I light the other one at some point? I do see some light coming out of there. Maybe I did it already. Alright. It's probably been like 3 weeks or something. Okay. Light the first 2 braziers, unlock the barrier. Then up the mountain towards the Church of the Plague. Go up the mountain. Going to the Church of the Plague. What could be bad about the Church of the Plague? Skeleton. No. I don't understand, but nope. I will fully admit to not having explored Caelid very much. It is. You're not wrong. This game is way easy, comparatively speaking. I would call this baby's first FromSoft game.
Who's there? Well, it matters not. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot. It is a curse, not to be meddled with by man. If you are wise, my flesh writhes.
After giving her the unalloyed gold needle. Is a key item. Intricately crafted needle, blah, 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 blah. Repaired by Sage Gowry. Dropped by the mini-boss Commander O'Neill. Located in a clearing of Aeonia Swamp in eastern Caelid. Jesus. Okay, well, let's get the fucking spot here so we can teleport back here. Yeah, so I think the ember that you have goes to Andre. So Andre does the thing that you're thinking of, I think. That lets you go past 10. I don't remember. It's something weird. Alright, let's poke around here for a second before we do go do that thing. Anything by this big half bowl? Usually is. Starlight shards. Octopus. Nope. Nope. Ooh, a Dungy over here, huh? Look, do you really want to fuck with me? Because we don't have to do this. You can live a long, healthy life. All right. All right, here we go. You wanted to die. Here, let's do it. There we go. Exactly what you wanted. dumbass. Alright. Having that statue lit up on my map will be enough to let me know. Okay. Commander O'Neill. Humanoid boss wearing a battle helmet, blah, 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 blah. Unlocks the Heart of Aeonia Point of Grace. Found in the large clearing within Aeonia Swamp in eastern Caelid. Aeonia Swamp. The only swamp I can think of is this, and that doesn't look eastern. That looks like kind of central. Unless this is Aeonia Swamp? No, that's fucking hell. Can you fuck off? There, you too. Show me where. I need a picture of the map. Okay, he's right next to the Street of Sages Ruins. Street of Sages Ruins. That's like right here. So, theoretically, you just get over here. Ugh, they did not make this easy. Like, it's one thing to have a quest line this complicated in a Souls game because, like, there's a finite amount of space to cover. And that's true here, that this is also a finite set of space, but it's like... it's so much larger. Alright, we're looking for a terrible swamp, which I think will be to my east. Of course, I can't reach it. Maybe if I take that tree limb down? Yeah, there we go. Huh. Okay, what is this called? Inner Aeonia. What's that description again? Found a large clearing within Aeonia Swamp in Eastern Caelid. Players can easily reach this area by traveling southwest from Celia, looking for a large group of trees in a circular formation, and jumping over the mutated growths with Torrent. Okay, I need to go south. Huh. Oh, there he is. Where's he at? straight up disrespected that man. Commander's Standard and the unalloyed gold needle. Oh, and I got Scarlet Rot now. There. Okay, I have the unalloyed gold needle. Let's look at that. What would even make me think to... I don't know. Unalloyed gold needle. Sewing needle made of gold. Unique item to alter demigod... No, the unalloyed gold needle. Not the gold sewing needle. There it is. An intricately crafted needle of unalloyed gold snapped in half. A ritual implement crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. It is thought capable of forestalling the incurable rotting sickness. Sage Gowry has designs for this needle. I do not know who that is. Gowry Shack's location, it is just before Celia. Players can reach this location by following the Kalit Highway to the east and to the north. Speak to Gowry, a great sage. In exchange for yourself, you can obtain Celia's secret. After progressing through this quest line, the sage will want to pass on some sorcery knowledge. Oh. Okay, I need to make a quick restroom trip, and I'll be right back. Oh God, what's going on with this scene? Oh, I know what's wrong. Weird. Okay. Okay. So do I want to talk to her first, or do I need to talk to Gowry? Oh, after giving their... Oh, she'll move on to Gowry Shack. Okay. Church of the Plague. Oh, if I had found Gowry's Shack, that might have led me down this line. Hey.
If you are wise, you my flesh brag. If you are my flesh
Oh, I guess I need to go find Gowry first. Which I have told is down over this way somewhere. Where is Gowry's Shack? Good Lord. Reach this location by following the Kalit Highway to the east and the north. What is the Kalit Highway? This here? Looks like if I follow this, I should run into it. Here we go. I just like to piss the monsters off. Oh, it sucks to be you. That's what you get for sitting down. Oh, what's this little spot? This is not the shack, but group ahead. Yeah? Where at? Ah! Hilarious. I'm like, I don't see no fucking group. What are you talking about? Bunch of fucking invisible magic men. Looking for a shack. It doesn't look like a shack, but it looks like something. Oh my god! Let me out of here! Oh. You piece of shit. Oh. Wow. Those little curved sword guys are fast. Load, load, load. Load the game. Alright, you gotta go get that non-zero amount of souls back for sure. Cowrie Shack. Bet it's down there somewhere. Nope. Yeah, I wouldn't have like jumped in there like that if I'd have known there was a real bastard in there. There we go. See how much easier things are if you know what's coming? Well, I don't trust this. Eternal Darkness. I found a GameCube game in this tower. We need to find a GameCube now. 35 I can cast that. Creates a dark space that draws in spells. Originally a lost sorcery of the Eternal City, the despair that brought about its ruin made manifest. Hell yeah. What a sick spell. So it's like it's like a counter spell. It's like, how fucking dare you cast magic at me? I say, you didn't cast any magic. It's all going in this hole. Alright, if this guy blocks me again, I'm going to be upset with him. Get out of my way. Thank you. Okay, we got to get down. How can we get down? You know a way to get down from here, buddy? Alright, you were blocking my view. Ah, I can maybe go down this really gross hill. It's squishing nastily underneath my feet. Yes. Hardcore parkour. Hey guys. Aha, there it is. Stop by the shack. Alright. Well, you got a pupper outside. Sorry about that, dude. I killed your dog. Hey, what up?
Oh, a pleasure to see you. A pleasure indeed. I am Gary, a great sage. In my day...
And humble, too.
I'd hoped to ask a favor when one of your ilk came along. A strapping young tarnished, able to cross the scarlet swamp of Aeonia. Don't fret. I'll provide fine recompense. Should you accept, I will teach you the secret of Celia, the town you see there.
Sure.
Ah, then you are willing to lend a hand, are you?
Yeah.
I need your help to heal a certain young girl. Her name is Millicent. You will find her beyond Celia.
Yeah, I'll keep my eyes out for her.
Church atop the cliff, stricken by the rotting sickness. Oh, you found the unalloyed gold needle. As promised, I've detailed the... Go on.
Celia's secret.
Now let me have a look at the needle.
Okay.
Well, this is a marvel indeed. The work of a true artisan, a meticulous, bold craftsman who grasps the essence of life. Can you give me some time with this? As well made as it is, it won't be much use snapped in half, will it? Can you give me as well made?
Oh, okay. Let's go now. Warp to a nearby point or quit game and then reload, and he'll give you the repaired needle. Is there a nearby point? Not super especially. What's the secret you said you gave me? Celia's secret. Light 3 flames atop the candle towers to break the seal. Yeah, I got that. Okay, we're just going to quit out. I don't want to leave and come back. Sounds like a pain in the ass. Jesus Christ, this quest.
I have awaited. The needle is repaired. Will you give it to the... I will reward you. Millicent rests tended to by the wicked. A wretched fate, indeed.
Okay.
If you are wise, you will my flesh. If you are my flesh, you ask that I stab myself with the needle
Yeah.
to quell the scarlet rot.
Yep.
But how?
I don't know, man.
Never mind. I've decided I would rather trust you than simply continue to spoil from within.
Fair enough.
Would you mind averting your eyes for a moment?
Sure.
Well, that was easier than expected. But why do I feel so...
Let's see if this reloads her dialogue. Oh, she looks good now. A little clipping, but that's fine. Never hurt anybody.
I hoped to see you again.
Yeah, I didn't go far.
My apologies for when last we met. I fainted before I could even thank you. Everything is as you said. Since inserting the needle, the scarlet rot has ceased to writhe.
Sweet.
Even the nightmares have abated. And now, though I can scarcely believe it myself, I can move as I please.
Nice.
Not that I could ever truly repay you, but I would like you to have this, by way of thanks. A token though it is.
Okay. Prosthesis wearer's heirloom.
I'm considering leaving. On a journey.
Okay.
With the needle buried in my flesh, I've started to recall, but dimly, my destiny. It's all thanks to you. My name is Millicent. I pray fate permits us meet again.
Well, they certainly didn't make it easy, but I'm going to do it because I've got the wiki open.
With the needle, my destiny.
Prosthesis wearers. There it is. Raises dex. Okay. I assume she'll be gone when I stand back up. Because that's how these things work. Yep, she's gone. Definitely gone. Probably back to Gowry's place. It says something about a double boss fight. From lighting the beacons, but I kind of didn't need to do that. I wonder if I still need to. I didn't see any such thing. Kind of feel like I done did it. Oh yeah, I would like that. A place I can rest my Ronnie doll and All that good stuff. You know what's crazy is I drove right by Gallery's shack earlier on in the game, and mostly because there's a giant dog over here. So I just ignored it completely. Like I didn't even see that up there. All I saw was this bastard. And I was like, nope. Oh, my dude has gone. Hey.
Oh, hello again.
Hey there.
Something about this place felt familiar to me, so I decided to pay a visit, hoping to find someone here, but I've only found emptiness. Perhaps...
I don't know. It mentioned one, but...
I needed someone to say farewell to. Well, I must focus on my journey. I must focus. I must stay.
It says, light the beacons in Celia according to the secret gallery gave you in order to open the way to the church, which I've been to the church. 3 need to be lit, and this will unlock treasure chests behind each barrier, and the final barrier allowing access to a double boss fight. I never saw that. Or if I did, I saw it a long time ago. But I'd never had that barrier open before to get up to that church. 1, 2. Ow. Is there a third somewhere? Stop. 3. Aha. God damn it. Uh-huh. Hardcore. Parkour. Do 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 do. There we go. There, now I've lit all 3. The seal is broken in town somewhere. Where, though? Ooh. Staff of Loss. It's not a weapon? I should have looked at it. Oh, there we go. Staff of Loss. Staff missing its glintstone, wielded by sorcerers who believe that discovery comes through acts of asceticism. The staff is only capable of casting invisibility sorceries, but that is reason enough to wield it. Boosts invisibility sorceries. How strange. What seal? Is it up here? Ow. 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 Right. There's a lot of tree root climbing, so like, not really that much of a surprise. Okay, it's not there. A seal in town opened somewhere. So, no, that's not it. Oopsie doodle. Ow. I don't see anything. Jesus Christ. I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. You came to the wrong magic town. I am. I'm absolutely in the wrong neighborhood. Ow! Fuck me! I'm about to give up. Really? You heard that, huh? Where did you hear such a thing? Well, we're down 3 fucking Estus. Alright, well at least I'm gonna look, my eyes are gonna be looking for yellow now at least. That's yellow. That's not a door, that's a tree. That's a tree. Giant doorway with a yellow fog wall. A yellow frog doll? No, no, no. Fog wall. Ow. Giant doorway with a yellow fog wall. I like it. That's a good idea. Near one of the towers. Okay. Okay, this is like the exit to town, I think. Yeah. Okay, there's a tower. Don't see anything around that one. The other one is over here. Okay, and the other one... It looks just like the exit I just took. Okay. Ow. The other tower is over here. Oh, I bet this is it. Here we go. It's kind of off it was kind of out of the way. Kind of thought it would be outside of town. You know what? We're not parrying anymore. I changed my mind about the shield. Put my turtle back. And I don't need those. Get some of this bad boy going because it's fucking OP as hell. Do this. Nox Priestess and Nox Swordstress. Oh, I died like instantaneously. I forgot to heal after summoning my friend. That's why. I was like, why did I get one shot? That's weird, especially because I dealt like 80% damage to that boss. I was straight up looking for like those buildings. It's not in the buildings. I'm very happy that this is not the double boss fight that I was afraid it was. Because I have heard of a double boss fight that sounds fucking horrible. Is this it? Is this it? Where's the fog wall? Where the fuck am I? Oh, my souls are up there. Why is the stake all the way back here? That's not helpful. That's annoying. Yo. Oops, damn it. I pressed the wrong fucking button. Okay. Treasure. Lusat's glintstone staff. 52 intelligence. Prime of the staff of the primeval glintstone sorcerer Lusat. Only those who have glimpsed what lies beyond the wisdom of stone may wield it. I'm just super strong. Just like way overpowered. I definitely should have done this like 100 hours ago. Like I don't even consider that fighting that boss. Like I didn't engage them. I just did the thing that kills them. You know what I mean? Okay. I don't think I needed to do that for this, but... Return to Gallery Shack to find him gone. Millicent is there. Exhaust her dialogue. Reload the area. Millicent will move, but Gallery will return and sell me some stuff. And since I've been doing magic, maybe a little bit of magic would be good to get. Hey, get the fuck out of my way. Floppo. Hey, welcome back, buddy. Where'd you go?
Thank you kindly.
You're welcome kindly.
For giving the needle to Millicent. Now she too can begin her journey and stare her fate straight in the eye.
All right.
You've been a saint through and through. As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge
Okay.
of the lost sorceries of the Selians, descendants of the Eternal.
Hmm. Glintstone stars. Night shard. Night Maiden's Kiss releases life-sapping silver mist before the caster. Yeah, give them to me. Thanks, buddy. Millicent came by.
You noticed, did you?
I did.
Indeed, Millicent did visit this hovel of a home. It seems the memories eaten away by the rotting sickness yet remain, but faintly. However, she has no need of me anymore. No, she must embark on her journey and stare her fate in the eye. I mustn't impede. As I've aged, I've found the best way to aid the young is to be forgotten.
Damn. All right, bud. Well, it's nice knowing you. Time to forget about you. Alright. Now she's gonna be in a place I would never think to look for her. No, that's a different needle. Maybe? Yeah, I need to do all of Millicent's questline. I need the Michaela's needle, not the gold needle. Look at her, not even that super close to the bonfire.
Ah, we meet again. In truth, it's been smooth sailing for me. The scarlet rot has stilled since last we met.
Uh-huh.
As such, I've been able to continue my journey. Though rather vexingly, I realized that if I still had my sword arm, I could have aided you in battle. Now I'm tracing the path Melania took, after unleashing the power of the Scarlet Rot during her battle with General Radahn in the Caelid Wilds. I should like to meet her. This vanished woman. I think she's in the north, in the lands that lie beyond the Erd Tree.
I see.
Now, she's passed in.
Okay. Player will need to go north to the Shaded Castle. Shaded Castle. Shaded Castle. I bet that's this, which I have never before noticed in my life. Fascinating. That's death. From what I understand, she's fucking done with me permanently. There's no getting her back on my side. Hi again. Just out of curiosity, you got anything else to say now that I've reloaded the area?
She's passed.
No. Okay. All right. Oh, you get them out of there. Are they sitting there together? No. I didn't know they got along like that. Oh, there's a whole nasty swamp down here I've never seen. It's just right here. Oh, I want them to be friends. Somebody's in a hurry. Hurry to die. I don't think this is where I'm trying to go. The old Atlas Tunnel. Although, a little dungeoning could improve my mood. Let's do it up. Let's see what's in here. Oh, all kinds of stuff on the way down. Don't you tempt me like that. Guess we're going to. If you hide something on every elevator, it's not a secret anymore, Miyazaki. Well, shoot. I jumped too late or too early. One of the two. Too late, it looks like. That might be a little far. It's okay. I believe it. Is it the one on the tower to, if it's... If you're thinking of this one, then I got this one. I got this one off stream. I just didn't end up going down that way. We are in the old Atlas tunnel. Yeah, I did get that. Okay. That's wrong. It's over this way. We are heading up to the Shaded Castle. How? Okay, just from here then? Oh, this is the same place I jumped onto. Or no, it's not. There's just nothing up there. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna finish this this tunnel here, because I just hadn't done one in a while, and I kind of felt like checking it out. And then we're gonna do the Shaded Castle, because our girl needs a new arm. Although honestly, I could probably just give her. Give her what's-her-face's leg. It's wild. I love it. I love that you can fall forever. Yee. Yeah, we have to, I want to do it because I don't want to do the Frenzied Flame ending. Because I can do that later. What I don't want to do is Ronnie's quest line again. Because it's a little convoluted. And it's the ending I like. Oh yeah, we're too strong for this. Yeah, it was kind of a pain in the ass. I don't want to do it again. Well, I should heal. I've been drinking. Oh, no, I haven't been drinking. Bolt Drake Talisman +1. Yep. Works great. Do you have the intelligence for it? Oh man. You fucked it up. I'll fix it later. Let's see here. What are the requirements for this? Equipment. 38. And 40 FP. So it could be you just didn't have the int for it yet. Like, if you lack the intelligence or faith for a weapon, it tends to not do its magical-based special ability. It'll still function, it just won't.
Toes are important. This night has opened my eyes. I need an exit.
Oh, fuck me. Still standing there with the torch, huh? Okay. It kind of is. It kind of is. I'm lost. Ah, here we go. Found it. What do we have here? Oh, it's just a troll. Oh, I need magic. I need magic. Roll out, roll out, roll out, roll out, roll out, roll out. Take care of him for a second. By the power of Grayskull. We can go full Unga Bunga. We got the club. Where's it at? Where's the great club? $35 strength. What? Oh, 35 strength, huh? Yes. Unga Bunga. Oh, holy shit. Huh. That's not what I expected that to do at all. Yes. Okay. On to the castle. Dude, have you played Bonk's Adventure? It's fucking ridiculous. It's such an absurd game. Like, all of them are. Like, the further along they go, the crazier they get, but they're so weird. Yeah, I love it. It's so different. Touch the baby. Right there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, that was fun. Not where I was trying to go, but further up north. Nice. Ooh. Okay. I'm intrigued. Got a bunch of slugs. This is probably poison if I ever saw it. Oh, you guys left a little crack in your house. You know, for being shaded, it sure does seem to be like way out in the sunlight. Oh yeah, we gonna crack some skeletons. Look at him go. Oh, what? Oh. It's very good. It's very, very good. I do have it at like +10 though. Yeah, and it's D Dex and Strength, but B Int. So it's not the most quality based, but it is pretty int based. But the strength and dex that I put in is not totally wasted. And I can always just respec it away if I want to keep on using it this way. Cannot horse in here, just gonna have to eat the poison. Yep. 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 Sorry, pal. Yeah, I forget. I think I stole that exact lurk response. Okay, it's in a weird spot. It is over here. There's a like there's like a tall tower. Not a tall tower. There's one of these towers, right? But there's like a rampart next to it, and you can spirit spring yourself up to the top of it, and the turtle back is up there. It's not the most amazing shield in the world. It's not even 100% fizz block, but if it's activated, it might be. Oh, hi. Nope, it's an actual shield. I just have it put away. I'm literally like wasting endurance points just wearing it as an accessory. Oh yeah. Fashion first, baby. Oof. Sometimes I'll block with it, but not very often. Why are these guys so stinky? I thought you were lurking. You had to come in for that burn, huh? Wow. Wow. Have they done anything about the funk in there? I think you should have to pass the smell test to get in. I don't think Todd would disagree. Ow. Sure. Alrighty. Thanks as always for stopping in. And how you like some of this? How about you guys? It looks like it should be at AoE, but it's not. Okay. Oh. Nope. Loading it up does. Like activating it does, but... But it stays active for quite a while. And not really all that much FP, really. Like, I've put almost nothing into mine, and it's like half a bar. Would like to find a bonfire here somewhere. I probably took a weird way to get in. Be wary of strong foe. Okay. Huh. Don't love it. Can you focus on the crazy looking thing? Thank you. Oh, it's one of these. Oh, I hate them. Ugh. God damn it, dude. I still hate that enemy. It's so brutal. Ugh. Okay. Rock grease. Rock grease. Oh, all that for rock grease. I'm probably never even going to use it. Can't grease this. Buttholes. Felt like I saw something. Never mind. Refill my F. I'm out of FP. Running low on magic too. A ladder. Go, 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 go. Fucking really? Get out of here with your fucking Devo hat. Oh my god, I'm gonna be so far away. So stupidly far away. Are we not tarnished? We are Devo. Son of a bitch. Alright, what happens if we circle around to the right side? Poison grease. Poison bloom. A more obvious entrance. Yep. No, I had to be a fucking weirdo and take some kind of crazy ass back entrance. Okay. Steak of Marika. It does work. Depraved perfumer's robe and trousers. Not just a regular old perfumer. We're out here full degen perfumer. Here's another one. I like your cloak, though. I hope that's part of it. Oh, you woke up. Mmm, delicious. Poison builds up even if you are in the air above poison. So the hitbox for poison extends way up above the poison. In case you were wondering. Oh, you're still alive? Or are you a different one? Oh, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Not worth it. Yeah, crawl back into the fucking ground. You dropped something. Who dropped something? The perfumer? I don't even know where he was now. All the way back over here. Where was his ass? I think he was up here. Fuck me! Budding cave moss and an atlas bloom. Oh, so he did. Miranda powder. Lame. I want the Devo hat. I feel like I've seen a whole completely different section of the castle. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh boy. It's gonna be like that, huh? They do have so much HP, they're crazy. They're not as bad as the big boys in the sewer, but they are fucking ridiculous. Alright, cut that shit out. Fuck yeah. Yeah, even the beam does great damage. It's strong as hell. It's like free ranged attacks. Now granted, it was a pain in the ass to get. So I guess that is what's supposed to make it not so unbalanced, but it's still strong as hell. No, no, that's the Master Sword. Although this is the FromSoft Master Sword. 100%. Okay. No shit. That's ridiculous. Yeah. It's just such a classic to me. I can't not use it if I've got it. Okay, this whole section seemed like a dead end. This looks like that ladder I climbed earlier, like way earlier. What were you using? Sword of Night and Flame. Holy shit. I don't have that, do I? It's a normal sword. I guess I don't. Ooh, oh. Get out of here. Oh, holy shit. Stop. Damn, that's fucking wild. Okay, this is starting to look familiar at least. Oh my god. Dude came out of nowhere. Okay. Damn it. No, I thought I saw something over there. There's my ladder. Okay. Alright, this perfumer better not fucking one-shot me this time. Okay, I don't even see him this time. Hey, buddy. You put that shield up all you want. Devo hat. Damn it. Ooh, another perfume bottle though. Not that I've ever used, not that I've ever crafted a perfume item. Where the fuck am I going, dude? Alright, we'll try back this way. Hell yeah. Alright, what were you guys guarding? A smithing stone 5? Okay. Well, shit. There's a kickdown ladder. I don't know. I heard that they did buff, like, consumables a little bit, so maybe they're good. Maybe they're better anyway. Aha. Now we're talking. Yeah. That's okay. Wonderful. A nice little statue repository. Very relaxing. I feel completely at ease. Almost. Probably if I pop a consumable or two, like these. Oh, that's not quite it. Need another 1,000. Yeah, it really, it's like, I don't know. It feels a little tacked on. I hate to say it. Time for dog. In short, be wary of right. Okay. House Moraes is ruined. Just desserts for falling for that severed harpy. No surprise that guilty cretin took the castle and our storied sword. Felt like my character like slowly looked up at the camera like, did she say sword? I know. Yeah, kind of is. Oh, okay, buddy. Hope you're proud of yourself. Fuck books. Yeah. I don't want. I want to go back there. I want to check it out again. See if maybe I'm missing something interesting. Aristocrat garb. I guess so. Yeah. Honestly, like I do it because I want everything. Oh, in Jarberg? No shit. Hell yeah. Time for ranged battle. With whom? Oh, what the hell has this guy got? Okay, yeah, I can see why they said ranged battle now. Bye. No, I don't think so. Nope. 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 You gotta do the channel points just like everybody else. You think I can make that? That's probably safe, right? Yeah. Oh, hi there. You turd. Making a mess down there. Be wary of strong foe. Alright. I'll believe it. Where at? It can't be him. Is it you? Damn it, I knew it would happen. That does hurt. No doubt about that. Alright, we're gonna do this the old-fashioned ways. Oh my god. The old-fashioned way is to get your ass handed to you. gold firefly times 2. Material used found near bodies of water close to minor earth trees. I've never seen one before. Weird. I got a little pet. I didn't even get to see it. I'm gonna do another one because I actually get to hear it. I never see it go off. I never see it go off because it doesn't make a sound, and I haven't really determined what a good sound is. Who is this? Whoa! Holy shit! Oh, of course you have some dogs with you. Oh, it's got a super dog. Oh no! Wrong button, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. That's right, exactly. Okay. Oh, this is a kickdown ladder. Okay, but where does it start? Comparison to a bonfire, maybe? What do I do with this information? I don't know. Hopefully I won't have to find out. Crumbling Farum Azula. That doesn't sound familiar, but there's so much fantasy gibberish that it's very possible that I have. I have no earthly idea. Okay. I've not been doing a lot of progress, because I don't want to progress until... Hello? It's my boy.
Gullible, yes, but a good soul. Make certain that Tanith gets this.
Yeah, what happened? What? Who?
It's nothing, it's just... makes me sick to see her all bent out of shape. Come on, Tanith, back on your high horse where you belong.
Okay. Well, once I get done here, I'll go back and check on her.
Then?
Alright, bud. Rolling required ahead. Elemer of the Briar. Ow. Ow. Ow, Jesus! I should have known that was going to happen. Ow! I don't know. It don't matter. None of this matters. Moray's Executioner's Sword. Briar Great Shield. Moray's Executioner's Sword. Okay, I'll bite. storied sword of House Moray, the family of executioners who presided over the Shaded Castle. One of the legendary armaments. No, I think this area is just under... I should have done this area a long time ago, is what it is. Elmer of the Briar, the bell-bearing hunter, snatched the sword from the site of his looming execution and furnished it with battle skills from his home of Yoshade. Infuse the sword with energy and fling it towards a corkscrew attack. The sword continuously deals damage while violently spinning. Charge the attack to increase reach and duration of the spin. 23 arcane. Okay. That is actually not what I came here for. I came here for a prosthesis. Unless I picked it up and I just missed it. Which I guess is possible. Is that Melania? I'm gonna assume Patches is gone now. Yeah. I'm super afraid that I missed picking it up. Let me see here. Which is found in a chest in the room guarded by a single clean rot knight. Is a boss in Elden Ring. It's a tall knight clad in golden armor, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, I have missed a... No, I think these are them. Oh my god. Fucking dogs, dude. Clean Rot Knight. Okay, that's the Clean Rot Knight for sure. Okay, he's supposed to be in a room guarding a chest. Guarding a chest. Gotta find a dude guarding a chest. Oh my goodness. I did this already, right? Yeah. Come on, dogs. Wish I hadn't missed whatever I'm looking for. Hey, have you seen a chest anywhere? No. Okay. Northwestern edge of the castle. That's kind of about where I'm at. No, I found the boss. I'm looking for a particular item so that I can do a quest. But I killed the boss. Yeah, the arm. Definitely looking for the arm. Come on. Should have passed time to daytime. No. I wish. No, they made it harder than that because they want you to find that item and then be done. Northwest. Here we go. There we are. The Valkyrie's prosthesis. Golden prosthesis, once used by the one-armed Valkyrie. A masterwork of craftsmanship with practice and skill. It can be used proficiently as a real arm. When Malay Marai, lord of the Shaded Castle, embraced this prosthesis, he claimed to feel the presence of his personal goddess. Oh, I gotta actually leave this castle somehow. Let's find an exit. Even though it's like open air, I'm considered like inside of a dungeon. Yeah, yeah. Can I really? I don't know what I was thinking then. Oops. Nope. No! No, he's biting me. Oh, you're immune to magic? Cool. Okay. Not far enough away from these stupid ass plants yet? There we go. Okay, she was down here. Next step is to do something I've done already. So theoretically, I should just teleport over there after this. How would I... Unless, I don't know, I'll look at the dialogue and see. Because nothing about the dialogue prior to this moment indicated to me that I should head over here.
Now, she's passed into... Are you giving me this arm?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're going to be like
I
Sekiro.
am in your debt yet again, I think. If the arm serves well enough, it might be possible for me to wield a sword again. If the arm serves, it might be possible. Perhaps then I can aid you in battle.
Yay.
If the arm, it might be possible. Perhaps then I can.
Okay. And then I'm supposed to go up here. And where's it at? Up here. And fight this boss, which I did already. Hopefully, having done that already doesn't break this quest line. Okay, there she is.
Ah, we meet yet again. The arm you gave me truly is a thing of wonder. It feels just like my own. Even handling a sword. Perhaps it is foolish to say this to you of all people, but I am sure of my skill with the sword. Thus, I would have you call upon me in battle, should you ever have the need. I would have you call. It is the only.
Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Move to the ancient Snow Valley ruins, Grace. Ancient Snow Valley ruins. Yep, there she is.
To think we'd meet in such a place. What could your purpose possibly? No. I know well enough who you are. And what I know is good enough for me. Call upon me again. In battle. Should you have the need. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Halig tree.
Sure.
Indeed. I believe that is where Melania will be found.
Oh, really?
The Halig tree is hidden somewhere in these northern lands.
Yeah.
I'm searching for a fort to the north. I heard the master of the fort.
Okay, yep. This will next be available at the Prayer Room Grace at Elphael Brace of the Halig Tree. So I'm assuming at this point I should move on to the Halig Tree. Which means I'll go back to the Grand Lift. I'm going to take this as a moment to go get a restroom and get a fresh drink. I'll be right back. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've summoned her or not. I haven't seen any chances to do so, but I've also kind of done a bunch of the stuff for her quest already. Like anything I was going to fight, it's like she's done it. I've done it already. Okay. Be right back. Okay. I got a little snack, so I'm gonna mute my mic for a minute. Because I don't want to fucking crunch and munch into the mic. I was trying to read the white sign messages on the ground. Oh my god. Okay, I'm back. I may have had it a little low. It's literally like a physical slider on my mixer. So sometimes it's like... Sometimes I just don't have it at just the right little spot. I did crank it up a little bit though. It is. Yeah. If anybody notices stuff like that, feel free to say something about it. That was a 5-digit damage number. Hot damn. Freezing grease. Yay. No shit. That rules, dude. I wish that I could. But I'm not gonna. God, that scared the ever-loving shit out of me. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. That's what the B stands for. Buff. It's a bunch of, it's like a writhing mass of tentacles. Hell yeah. I could see that. All right, we're gonna do this. Not good enough, huh? Okay. Right, yeah, no, I could see that. That's awesome. My problem is I have like a lot of like joint pain, so I don't know, I'd have to do something really low impact. Got like the arthritis. Yep. Once my skin condition clears up, that'll become an option again. Oh, just instant fog here, huh? Ooh, I am into it. I'm kind of a hippie, so that works out. Dude, I can't see shit. I hate this. It says consecrated, but it's more like concentrated. Oh, a ghost. Show me the path, oh gentle lights. The promised path to the Halig tree. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, I kind of felt like there was more to that area because it said the beast eye quivers, and I didn't get a doodad. Oh, what's it called? No. Alright, I'll give it a minute. It'd be a little easier if I don't have a bunch of jackasses trying to kill me. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Invisible walls suck.
They do.
Leftover grated flesh bits.
Oh.
An old man farted.
Man, that whole poem is not a good time. I see a bloodstain just like on the fucking ground, like floating in midair. Uh-huh. I don't know about that. Fucking stairs. This is kind of sus, right? Like... Oh no, it didn't. It fucking is right there. It's floating in midair. It didn't break. What the fuck? Where are they at? Oh, I need to. I'm so scared that he's just going to be like, at the last second, be like, nope, you fall. Silver scarab, an accessory. Raises item discovery. Ooh. We got a silver serpent ring. Yes. Give them to me. Really? Oh geez, yeah, they're a little much. They are kind of wigging me out too. Sacramental Bud. This is fucking ridiculous. God damn it. Oh my God. Oh, geez. There's a lot of precedent for this, but it's more hidden than it's been in the past. At least previously, you could kind of see some like ambient bullshit happening ever so vaguely. That's annoying. It is a little weird, but like I said, it's not completely unheard of. Like, actual progression has been necessary. That sort of thing has been necessary to progress in previous titles by this company. Nice. Oh, hi. Look at you. Oh, I unequipped my freaking... I know there's another little bastard in here. No! Why? No! No! God damn it. Yeah, some do and some don't. Yeah. Definitely something to be aware of. The R2 on the Moonlight Greatsword moves you forward a little bit, so I gotta be careful if I'm trying to snipe with it. Touch the cat. Right there. Touch the cat. Freaking octopuses, dude. If I need to set it up so I can quickly swap to like full cat cam during load screens. Jesus. I do love the backstab on those guys. It's super brutal compared to most other enemies. I know. I love it. Oh, no. That accidental backstep. Scary. Is he gonna come down here after me? He is. He's crazy as hell. Sometimes, if I have certain things equipped, I can get a little more damage off of it. Or, like, I've got a thing that lets me heal if I do them. That's pretty cool, too. It does in Bloodborne, for sure. And for a while, I had an added little ability that did that. I wish these little dudes would fucking eat it. Once they're gone, I'm not too worried about this thing. Yeah, so for a while there, I was getting some health back from it. I've swapped to some other stuff since then, but I'd like to find room for it again. I probably took it off because I was fighting a boss, and like it didn't matter because I wasn't getting a lot of backstabs on a boss. God damn it. The big fucking thing keeps blocking the little dude. Ooh, that is nice. I don't think I've seen that. Yeah, I'm out of magic. Oh, really? I must have missed it somewhere. Be wary of pack. Oh. So there is. Bone. Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely craft. Like that's the one thing that I definitely craft a bunch of. Bone things. Like these. Yeah, I craft these all the time. Yeah. That's like the one thing that I'm like, yep, time to craft some more of those. I just want to pull enemies. I don't want to... Oh, well. Oh, you're asking too much. God bless it! Yes. God damn it. This is so hidden. What's in here has got to be good. Butterfly. Yes, it's a single flame butterfly. It's one grave glovewort. Yeah. Hello? Christ. God, that spell hurts. Forgot you, huh? Root resin. Nice. Root resin is any grease that I want, that I know how to craft. Lever, yep, First off right, then try a head. Octopus required a head. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oops. Spelldrake Talisman 2. Here, what? Ah. I see. I'm not interested in returning. I have enough souls to level up very heavily. So I hope that I can kill this boss. And I'm kind of thinking about equipping a twig, to be real. I got one. Be wary of mimicry, therefore no armament ahead. Mimicry ahead, therefore try beating to a pulp. What about armor? Does that help? I kind of got the impression that they were going to use. No, that's okay. I got the idea of what this is going to be completely based on the white signs on the ground. Left everything on. Okay. Haha, you idiot. Oh, he's got throwing knives. I did that to myself. Oh, shit. Black Flame Monk Aemon. Okay. And the Death Root. Yeah, why would I return if I could just do this? Oh no, the first move, it's because I summoned my mimic friend. That hurts a lot. And I forgot to heal because I'm an idiot. It uses HP instead of FP. Oh, in your battle. Oh, I see. I didn't think about doing that for the mimic in Nokron or whatever it's called. Oh, shit. Okay. I'll go give that death root to what's his face later. Let's do something with our 16,000 souls. No, past time. Level up. Let's see what to use though. Even more int means even more damage. No, I like it. I enjoy the content. I am into it. Where the fuck am I? Oh. Well, theoretically, should be a straight shot. Yeah, they definitely did. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, the kitty cat's doing a stand-up, and we can't let you not be able to see the top of her beautiful head. There she is. Uh-oh. Yeah, you have VIP status, which means you can post links. By all means. It is. Oh, shit. Okay. They just make all the areas look like this so they don't have to render any draw distance. Oh, really? These little weirdos. Really? That's strange. I wonder why. Ow. Jesus. Yeah, they are. They really are. You fucking... Uh-oh. I'm in danger. I'm in danger again. Oh, wow. This dude sucks butts. He has all the poison in the world. He does not care. What an asshole. Where'd the caravan go? How did I lose a whole fucking caravan? Look at that. Got a dirty paw. Okay, here's the dead men. And the thing was moving this way. They ain't that fast. Was it going this way? I wanted to get what was inside. I spent so much time. Good shadows. God, it's like I've made almost no progress. Nice. Lost woods. Huh. Where's the trees that go, oh, when you hit them? Up into the sky. Okay. Very helpful. Thank you. A ghost. Only a little further now. Show me the path, O gentle lights, to Elfile. Elfile. Alright. Don't see any lights to follow. There we go, there's one. Or at least that's a man holding a light. Or a man that emits a little bit of light all on his own. It is. No, that's cool, bro. What do I got? Where's it at? Gotta have me a digging implement somewhere. Where'd it go? I swear to God I had a pickaxe so I could do some digging. It better not. There it is. Right here? Is this where the treasure is, boy? He's very strong, huh? Yeah, that's right. You gotta hit him 50 times. Go on. That's not what I meant to do. Keep going. Come on. Oh, Lord. Is this as far as you can take me? Or have I literally just been dicking around? Like, is this... Go! Go! Hey, that is some treasure. Quit dicking around, we gotta go. I don't know, man. Oh. Did you enjoy that breeze before I killed you? Oh, I accidentally touched his torch. Graham. Graham. Don't let the cat lick your muffin. Saint Trina's torch. Requires 14 faith. Neat. Yes. Stop that. You're embarrassing yourself. People can see you. Alright. They sound like they're sleeping now. God damn it. Oh, hi. God, what a fucking nightmare. Oh my God. Could you have any more HP? Yeah. Don't eat the muffin. Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'm literally attacking them with magic. Oh. Oh. Don't make me say muff loaf. I've already said it. I don't know why you had their muffins and chairs anyway. There is a cookie place here in town that I fucking love. It's very good. I don't know if it's a chain or what, but... Yep. Yep. They're very good. Just the straight up sugar cookie. Mm. You can get them sent right to your house and eat them at home like a... Oh, no! 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 Uh-oh. Like a spider. There's nothing more dangerous than a Chewie you can't see anymore. Ah! Ah! No! No! Yo! I'm honestly really trying to follow these lights, I swear to God. God, I've been here before. I'm going in circles. Okay, I'm not having fun anymore. I'm gonna fucking yeet myself off of a fucking cliff. Because I can't see more than 3 feet in front of my face. Is it here? Can I get down here? See, that could have either been a 1,000-foot drop or nothing. I need new glasses really bad. I don't see any more lights. There we go. Oh. God damn it. Stupid. I've never found that. I've never found that mechanic in a game fun. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know. You know. Is this it? Wow. Man, I almost feel like I should have been able to see that from here, but I guess not. Let's see here. Alrighty. Finally. White Shadow's Lure. Excuse me? That looks inviting. White Shadow's Lure. Grants affinities and skills to an armament. What? Usable White Shadow's Lure occult. Grants affinities and skills to an armament? Hold armament in a brief silent prayer to create a white shadow. The apparition lures in foes of human build who are not in combat, drawing their aggression. Effective on demi-humans even if they are already in a combat state. Weird. We got a rider on top of a wolf. That's interesting. Kind of feels that way. Sick. Oh, I forgot to equip my fucking magic staff. Christ! Yeah, they do. They certainly did win. Talisman effects have... Oh, god damn it, I wasted my fucking twig. Because I forgot I put it on. Nut butters. Alright, what do I want to put on then? Sure. Put my staff back on. I need to level up one because... Or get to where I can use one of these other ones. 60, 52... 52 I'm getting close to. Put one of them on. You were just talking about it. 213... Excuse me? Anastasia, Tarnished Eater. Alright. Come on. Oh, that did fuck all. God damn it. She's like, oh, is this what you meant to do? Well played. She does not fuck around. I feel like I've fought her before. Almost certainly. Oh, Kitty went away. Alright, turn off the cat camera. Everybody can go ahead and leave the stream. Ah. That's true. That's what I get for, like, driving, like, while in my menu. There we go. I was like, is she coming back? Whoa. Really? What a fucking drop. Oh, they are. Look at him. Go. Go, boys, go. They actually seemed so playful when I came up on them the first time that I thought that they were, like, non-aggressive. I don't have a parry shield. Alright, I don't need to fight that dickhead. He's stupid. Ordina Liturgical Town. R1 spam wins the day. Ooh, that makes sense. Are you real? Is that Lobo? Oh no. Is that just snow? Yeah, that must be, what's her face's wolf. I could summon her right there. Can I summon anything right here? No. Actually, I don't know if I have the FP to summon her. Where's she at? There she is. 74. Nope. Oh, maybe. Oh, there she is, maybe. Yeah, that's her. If I had a little more FP, I could summon her, but I can't. I don't have it. I don't have enough. Yeah. That's definitely her, though. Maybe it just needs a little weight put on it. Maybe a big old R2. It is her. Look at it. She's there with the bow and everything. And she's with her wolf. Oh, there's lots of wolves. Hey, how's it going? Oh, well, there's lots of these people. I know she did want me to summon her for something. Ooh, this is exciting. Okay, don't super care. Examine seal. Held shut by a seal. Very informative. Aha. Light the 4 figures in the Everjail. Okay. Probably gonna get my ass handed to me here. Oh, the whole place is an Everjail? Fuck yes. That rules. Ah. I see. One of these assholes. Okay. Yeah, sure. Just chain those. Just chain those. Why not? Love it. Very cool. God damn it. Now I gotta go enter the jail again. Probably. Enter the jail. Yes. Yeah, maybe. Oh, I pressed it. I pressed it. I pressed attack, I swear to God. I hated this guy in the dungeon he was in. Yeah, I know. I got the wind up of my attack. By the time I see it, it's like, if it give me a little more time. Like I get the like watch their footsteps in the water or in the snow or whatever, but like I get it. Now where are my souls at? Down here somewhere. Yeah. This one's not cute though. There's no cute tail on this one, nothing. I tried hitting these things with like a glowing arrow and it doesn't stick in them. You can't see it anymore. It doesn't matter. Okay, asshole. I saw it, and then it was too late. Yeah, that's true. They don't put the tracks out far enough. I feel like it would be easier to look if it wasn't for his ass dogging me. Can't go this way. Oh, yeah, maybe. God. Stupid snowbanks. Interesting. Do I have what is necessary to do so? It's a weapon. Okay. I do. I do need to call Commander Campbell. Yeah, they are. Give me a fucking break. God damn it. Ooh. My boy is armored up. God. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, dude, they're ridiculous. Oh I gotta get my fucking souls first. I want to see if I can just, yeah, there was. Let me up there so I can get my fucking souls back. Thank you. Fuck it. Alright. I think I'm close to level. I'm just gonna do it so I don't have to keep looking for my souls every time. Now where the hell is that bonfire? There's just a dude with a giant hammer hanging out over there. All by himself. There we go. Now I don't have to fucking worry about getting these back every time. Alright, torches, huh? Torches. I got a couple of torches. This one, which I need the faith for to use that. I'll just try that regular ass torch. See if that does anything for me. See if I can see a shadow on the ground or something. Cool. Well, that wasn't it. Right. I need just the fucking Krylon. I keep doing this wrong every time. Okay, well that didn't work. How about this one that blows shit on the ground? Nope, he didn't give a shit about that fire on the ground. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, sure. I'm already done with this. I don't even know where they're at. Nope. Nope. Ooh. Sentry's torch is the one that you can... Oh, really? Strange. Alright. Fucking stabbed in the neck in 3, 2, 1. There's definitely one on my ass. Yeah, maybe. No shit. So that's different. It doesn't really make any sense that they do, but... Lindell. Okay. That's not something. How How do I get up there? God. God damn it. Come on. Oh. Fucking wow. Okay, that's how. And then, no? No? There. Oh, there's a fucking walkway right there, god damn it. That's ridiculous. All while getting sniped and chased by a man who stabbed you in the neck. That sounds right. That sounds absolutely right. Of course there's two of them. No, don't jump off! Oh my fucking god, dude. Could they have made this part a little easier, like landing on that platform? Surprised they can't hit me from while I'm on this ladder. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. There we go. Now we're talking. This is ridiculous, dude. It's absolutely ridiculous. Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe somebody said something useful. That's a little bit of a relief. I don't know how the hell they find me so fucking fast. Now this is not necessary. This segment of the game, like, you do not need to do this. Correct? Ah, I do, because I'm absolutely stuck on doing Renalas instead of the frenzied flame thing. Don't you fucking, oh my lord, now I'm gonna get stabbed. Okay. Have fun. Oh, I forgot about that completely. What did you drop? Anything fun? Oh, like some armor. Probably. That sounds absolutely right, actually. I mean, there's this letter. Fucking wow. Maybe if I stay here long enough, they'll forget about me. You think she forgot about me? Nope. Get this fucking steeple out of my way! God damn it. Yeah, it's just like, help me. Oh, well, what if you didn't do? What if you didn't do a magic build? What the fuck, dude? I think I have some sneaky shit, actually. Yeah, who's gonna be like, oh yeah, it's cool. That was fun. Where's she at? Does she see me? Okay. I see one over there. How am I? Oh, there's nothing up there. What is that? There, and over there. Okay. No, ranged weapons aren't against the rules. It's totally fine. I think I have to climb back up again and go the opposite direction I went. The hell ever. They definitely suck butts. All right. Huh. Huh. What? Up there and over there. Okay. Love it. Love it. I don't think they can get on the rooftops, and that's where I've mostly stayed. Fuck this, dude. There. Ugh. It's easier to jump on top of Firelink Shrine in DS3 than it is to get up this fucking wall. Which I don't even think is intended. Oh my goodness. Who knew that all these games are exactly the same? And besides, I'm just using a name that's like equivalent amongst all of them in the way that I call my flasks in this Estus, even though they're fucking, I don't even know what they are. Who and from where? Who? Where's it coming from? Yeah, I see that. I see that. I didn't say anything about it, but I definitely did see it. Okay. Where? I've lost track of... It's like way up there. Okay, I see a ladder. Excuse me? Who or what are you doing fire like that? Lychee cookie. Lychee cookie. I don't know about that combination. Oh my God. It's done. I've done it. Oh, that's not even my vape. Yeah, I've definitely fought bosses many more times. Okay. I've never been one for like baked good flavors for that kind of thing. Yeah, well. Nicotine and caffeine are enough for me, for the most part. Michaela's Hallig Tree. Not your daddy's Hallig Tree. This is Michaela's Hallig Tree. Give item, please. Give item, please. Stone sword key. Let's get back to our regular ass equipment. Okay, these guys are... Oh. We got a grace. Are you guys gonna give me a hard time? No? Okay. What was the name of that? Oh, now you want to fight? Come on, dude. Could have been chill. Could have just been chill. Well, they're like wrapped in some kind of swaddling. It's very strange. Get out of my way. But they're definitely shaped like snowmen. I agree on that. I wanted to see what the name of this was, and I'm dumb. This is Haligtree Canopy. This area looks big. It looks very big. And I think there's a person inside of there. You can kind of see their face for a second there. Yes, I haven't completed it, but I have played it. They are kind of out of place, right? Do I love the giant cat? Absolutely. Very good. Love it. Yeah, it is strange. Ants. Ants. Damn, that shit tracks. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Oh, good old Sam. Oh, yo, there was Mars's clip from way earlier. God, can I find that? No, my scroll doesn't even go up that far. Fuck. He does. These guys don't have banjos, which is a damn shame. That would be an improvement over these crazy horns. Oops. Alrighty, Graham. Have a good night. I hope you sleep well. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to see that.
Excuse me? Hello? Oh, there. Well, not that. Oh! Shadow battle. Okay. I know what to do.
Very good. Oh, shit. Okay. I fucked up. I fucked up my OBS doing that. Do I have to... Okay. I wasn't sure if getting timed out would un-VIP somebody too. Oh my goodness. Sadie, hello. I'm on the wrong scene. I'm on the wrong scene. Display capture off. Thank you. Oh shit. Sadie, hello. How was your stream? I hope it was a good one. You were also... Whoa, that's an ant. No! Oh! Me too. I'm gonna get my butt handed to me a lot. Sadie, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. If you enjoy streamers, I think you'll like Sadie. There we go. See if I do this, it's like... So definitely check out Sadie if you're enjoying all kinds of stuff. Sadie plays all kinds of stuff, but like me, has been playing almost nothing but Elden Ring. So... there is that. E, that's my thank you. My cutie thank you face. There we go. So I'm gonna just keep jumping down this tree and maybe we'll live one time. Because I don't want to fight my way down the tree. I just want to skip down the tree. Nope. That's okay. We're at our we have reached the funny number for the 4th time. So you got that, we got that going for us. The 5th time. Oh yeah, that's how numbers work, right? Yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't do things right. Hi. Bye. These are ants. We don't like them. Ow. Wow. The ants like to push. They don't just attack you. Like, they legit give me a big old push. I could methodically work my way down this tree, killing each enemy as I see it. Is that fun, though? This is true. Look at all this shit down here. I don't know. If I ever bother to like get them back again, it might matter, but $3,000 for the big one? Oh my god, I fell. I'm okay. Dude. Christ. I haven't got a bonk in hours. You got the fish. Oh yeah, it was. I didn't do it for long, but I was like, dude, what does this do? And,
Rice is not enough.
and I really hope
Stuck in a succubus
that the R2
tree. That
or
was
the
out
L2
of
is
key.
tooth the horn, and it absolutely is. I was very pleased. Oh damn, look at that beautiful ocean out there. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I see you. There's the rot. Of course not. Why would it? Haligtree Town. For Michaela, I'm looking for... Not Michaela. For, what's her fucking name? Millicent. I'm looking for... Elphael, Brace of the Haligtree. It's a prayer room grace. Be wary of rushing in. Oh, it's a little one of you guys. Ladder, huh? Mushroom Man. Definitely have to keep my eyes out for those boys. Ladder or... let's do ladder. That's what I've heard. They all the like proper nouns fucking piss me off. They're fucking awful. Did you see that fucking like backflip when I fell off the edge? That was amazing. Yeah, I hate all the proper nouns. They fucking really make me mad. Dude, that's not cool. Rock grease. Oh, you can jump, huh? Wow! Okay. All right then. I want what he's guarding. Oh, I didn't get to see it. You were probably looking for it because you did it, but I didn't see it. It looks small. Ah, the teacup. I actually added a secondary rare one that is equally rare as the first one. Yep. I probably wouldn't consider it as exciting as the first one. There are rare bonks and rare rollers. They're quite rare. The rare bonks are I think we figured out is actually 1 in 69. Yeah, thank you, thank you. That's a curb. Of course not. Why would it? Question is, can it be backstabbed? Nope. But it can fall. Bye! Eat shit, buddy. That's the wrong one again. Still need to fix that. The Pearl Drake Talisman +2. What is the Pearl Drake Talisman +2? Vastly boost non-physical damage negation. Alright. I'll take it. Yup. Oh, where'd you come from? You see that shit? I saw him right around the corner. He was ready for it. He was going to do the big push. Out of stamina. No. You'll know. You'll know. Oh my lordy. They're both pretty lengthy. All right. Okay. Don't you do it. This fucking guy thinks he's funny. You see that shit? Oops. Oh my lord. Oh, I ran so far away, he's still stuck inside. Wow. Duh. Uh-oh. Ugh. Oh my lord.
Sucks. Damned if I know the reason. Twice is not enough.
No! Hefty beast bone. That's one hefty beast bone. Jumping required ahead. No, I don't think so. There's a roller. Go, Samus, go. Go, Samus. Oh, man. Fucking wow. It doesn't help. Nothing ever helps. Alrighty. Thanks for stopping by, Mars. I hope you have a good night. You look like a dick. Shouldn't have said anything. Shouldn't have said anything. I made a mistake. I'm alive. We are pretty close to leveling, I think. We need another 13K. Oh, back by that guy. Yeah. Once we level up, I'm gonna go back and grab it. Newman's rune. Grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between the lingering residue of gold. The Newmen are said to have come from the lands between, are in fact the same stock as Queen Marika herself. The Newman, eh? Probably an oil barrel. Not quite. Alright, now that we have nothing to lose. Let's go back and steal us some items. Such as this item. And this item. Ooh, very nice. Okay, what's this one called again? The Hallig Tree Town Plaza. Okay. Ants. I don't want to fall. I fell. No, I didn't fall. Wow, that fucking give the shit out of me. The boot, the Tim. Yeah, I got that big rot spray and it just 100% in my shit. Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Thank you. I don't care about that. Be wary of slug, therefore first off rushing in. Resistance. I can't recall that I've ever leveled resistance. Huh. Where's the other slug? Oh, there's one. Aha. Each level gives one resistance, putting the point of resistance makes it 3. I don't know, man. I don't know about level and resistance. See a lot of people die in here. Maybe not making that jump. It's a pretty long fall if you don't make it, huh? Horse? No. There we go. Let's see here. Well, I guess I caught their attention. Tempting. God damn it. Okay. Descend. But what about ascend? Don't see any danger. Nor any real good reason to come up here. Okay. Maybe it's just a way to get back if I wanted to go back. think I'm falling for that old fucking chestnut. Got another thing coming. Things are no fucking joke, dude. Oh, nice. I'll top off before I'd get it, because it's free healing. What am I looking at? The fuck is that? I think it's the same things I've been seeing all this time. Yes, but what's to its left? One ready to fucking destroy me when I go for this one. I know your fucking tricks, FromSoft. Yeah, what now? What are you gonna do now? That's a man. That's a wizard man with a tall, pointy hood. Pretty sure he wants to cast spells at me. Be wary of jumping. Yeah, I would be. It's probably for the best. He's targetable, so he's probably not a friend. And there's more than one of him. So I think we can confirm, not friend. I am upset by what just happened there. Boy, that's a lot of HP. That man, they both got humongous clubs. And all the poise in the fucking world. Oof. See you guys later. Ow. Heroes rune 4. Thought I'd get the drop on him. Thought I'd get the drop on him. Nope. Cripes. God, where the fuck even am I at this point? How much is a Hero's Rune 4 worth, I wonder? Alright. I think we made a lot of progress tonight. I'm getting kind of tired, and I'm actually very hungry. I didn't even really have dinner. So I think I may make tonight an abundance. It does say an abundance, you're right. I don't know I don't know why I questioned it. An abundance. I'm thinking like 6 figures. I want like a whole level for finding that item. That's what I want. I'm gonna bookmark the rest of Millicent, Godric and Godwin and Goshrin and Gary and all those fucking... Christ. God, I wish the NPCs had better names. They're just so useless. Wow. What the fuck is Taruki doing awake? Are you still awake, my dude? Or you've been streaming for almost 10 hours? Fucking wow. Oh, no. You know what? What am I looking at here? I got a no signal from... Yeah, my dude forgot to stop streaming. I love that. Here, let me turn it on here. Yeah, this is my dude forgot to turn off his computer. He's been streaming for 10 hours straight. This is not an awake time for Taruki. Taruki is usually in bed by like 1. Alrighty. Who will we raid then? You damn goofus. Let's see here. Who do I... Oh, you know what? Mars was just here. Let's just go see what Mars is doing. Perfect. Thanks everybody for hanging out. It's been a super fun stream. We made a lot of progress. Thanks for all the help, because I am an idiot with stuff. Even when I'm resistant to help. Let's see. There's a reward request. There we go. We had a raid from... When did I get a follow from Lady Thor? I completely missed it. Rye and Sadie both raided. But yeah, and I got some bits and from Anato and Ansi. And I got a follow yesterday. I didn't even stream yesterday. That's weird. That's a weird move. Alright, everybody. You all have a good night, and I'll be back at least Wednesday, but you know how it goes. I'll probably stream again tomorrow. I don't know, maybe not. I need to start pacing myself better. I can't just do this every goddamn night. So, alright, everybody go in there. Say hi to Mars. I don't know. If you got a... Here, we'll do a raid message. I never do these. All right. See y'all. Have a good night.
Buried him. I don't bury. Oh, no, 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 no. Corner, corner, corner. Just a sec. I'll give a shout out as well. And just a final little bit of help. Oh, dude, he does not want to die today. no, no, no. Come on. Okay, we got it. Info drive. So welcome in everyone. I'll give a shout out to Hypnogram. One of my top favorite streamers. Also playing Elden Ring at the moment. I can only reset everything